Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dulya Gunathilaka and an architectural student of Slits School of Architecture. So welcome you all to the first episode of the discussion forum, which is organized by the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects. And Mr. Johan Wergan is the Water and Habitat Coordinator of International Committee of Red Cross Colombo. He has worked for both private companies and the International Committee of the Red Cross internationally as a project manager in hydrogeology and water and sanitation programs in several countries and regions. He holds a master and an engineering degree in geology and a postgraduate diploma in hydrogeology as well. Beyond his academic education, he has also developed competencies in coordination and management of programs and projects in complex crises on water supply, vector control, hygiene, design, construction and sanitation. So welcome on stage Mr. Johan Wergan to do his presentation with the title of Why Prison Design Matters.
Thank you very much. Hello. Yeah, my name is Jean Wergan. I'm from Switzerland. I'm working with the International Committee of the Red Cross. I'm here now in the country coordinating the Water and Habitat unit that we have in the International Committee of the Red Cross. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon and to speak about a very particular topic, which is the design of prison. So maybe just as maybe not all of you are informed about the International Committee of the Red Cross. Alors, yes, the International Committee of the Red Cross, they have a specific mandate. It's a humanitarian organization, and the mandate is to protect and assist the civilian and military victims of armed conflict and internal disturbance on the strictly neutral and impartial basis. Maybe you have heard about the ICRC, mainly during the war. We were quite active in the north, being a neutral intermediary between the two parties. Today, we are still in Sri Lanka for more than 30 years, and we are still responding to remaining humanitarian needs of people affected by the past armed conflict. We work as well on the missing people, their family and the dead. We as well work concerning the people deprived of freedom, so everything to do with prison. We work on the dignity for the dead, and we promote the respect for international humanitarian law and human rights law. And we strengthen the Sri Lanka Red Cross with our partner here. We strengthen their response capacity to emergency and to promote humanitarian value. That's just a short introduction about the International Committee of the Red Cross. So now let's go for the topic, why prison design matters. So you can already wonder what the ICRC, an international organization, humanitarian organization, is working in the field of prison and in the field of prison design. Actually, we are visiting prison for more than now, let's say at least 70 years, and I think that we have quite a big experience in prison and in prison design as well. So we are visiting detainees, but small by small we develop competencies in terms of water, sanitation, infrastructure, and more now we are working on the prison design, thanks to our competencies that we acquired during the last decades somehow. So we are collaborating quite a lot here in Sri Lanka with the Department of Prison. Maybe you maybe know that there are more and more speaking about rehabilitation center instead of prison. So it really goes in the direction of the topic of your session, architecture for well-being. We try to make prison a bit more, not attractive, but a bit more better for the detainees. Alors, so why prison design matters? So, sorry, a prison can have two different aspects. The prison design can add to the suffering which come to a loss of liberty, or the prison design creates a conducive environment which contribute to the rehabilitation of the detainees into the society. And more the country are going for the second aspect of it, not being only deprived of freedom, but trying to readapt the people and to rehabilitate them in order, because at the end of the day, they will end up in the society. So we really have to make sure that they will be ready to that. And the Department of Prison in Sri Lanka have a project, a 5-year project, to relocate and to build new prisons. So it's very, very timely. If we think about prison design, an effective prison planning and design facilities, the basic thing is the analytical thinking about the built environment. You can see on the, Well, you see that really the prison, it's never just a closed environment. You have the prison in the middle, and then you have the visitor, you have the local community, and the society. So when you are designing a prison or planning a prison, you have to think about all of those different aspects. And you have to think about the long-term consequences of the design. And of course, the design of the prison should reflect the culture, the value, and the goal. I mean, you are not going to build the same prison as we are building in Europe. You are not going to replicate the same prison here because the culture is different. So you really have to adapt the architecture of the prison to the culture of the population and to what they expect. And of course, as you know, and you will see, I've seen the title from other presentation, the design impact a lot on the behavior, the attitude, and the emotion. So already it's very, very important. Basically, we have 4 design principles. The first one is do not harm. It's here. Basically, someone who already is condemned to be deprived of freedom, it's already a sentence. So you don't have to add another layer on that by having bad infrastructure or the infrastructure which are not adapted. So we call it the double sentence. So we try to avoid that as much as possible. The second principle is to maintain a maximum normality. So the person who is already deprived of freedom doesn't have the possibility to get out. So he has to find as much as possible, not the same normality because it's simply not possible, but to be as close as possible as the normality that we have outside. The principle number 3 is to promote health and personal growth. It's a matter of dignity of the person, and to respect the person and to make sure that this person can stay healthy during his time in the prison. And then the fourth one is to maintain connection with the society. You know that the person should have the possibility to see what is outside, to be informed about the outside world, to receive visitors, to see his family, to see his friend maybe, and to keep a kind of contact with the outside world. So basically, a prison is a whole community. There is official and parallel economies in the prison. It's very interesting. In prison, you will find exactly what you find outside the prison. It's the same system, but smaller. You have the different people. You have the different habits. You have an economy. You have a trade. You have a black market, and it's a bit. You have an official market, and it's the same. It's the same as you can find outside the prison. You have, of course, a government and administrative and executive, and prison is with public infrastructure, essential for the maybe for the normal functioning. And one thing which is very important, it's the population in the prison depends completely on the quality of their environment. If you are outside the prison and you are living, I don't know, in a flat or in a house which is not satisfying, you can always get out and go to have a walk in the forest or on the seaside and to change your mind. But in a prison, once you are in, you stay in. So it's very, very important to have a, let's say, a better environment, a good environment, and to reduce the stress and the vulnerability of the people. And we said that architecture is not only affects society on the high level, but also a more personal level. It has a profound impact on its occupant. So it's why we are trying to change a bit the habits in the prison and to make it more human, let's say. For example, this study has been done in New York City, and they just studied the depression, the 4 different diseases, health problem with the depression, bipolar affective disorder, the psychosis, and psychoaffective. And they just noticed that just by repairing the bathroom, painting the wall, and making the environment of the prison be nicer, they reduced by 50% the case of depression of those 4 diseases. So it's very, very important, and it's not. There are simple things to do which have a very, very high impact. If we go a bit further, if the idea is really to go from the punishment, as we say, as we can see above with the picture, the guy alone is in cell or something not very, very friendly, to the rehabilitation with, if possible, nicer building and the possibility for vocational training, people discussing together, and so on. To do that, but that's the brief. The brief is very important at the beginning. Like each and every project, we do exactly the same. So we have the law, we have the regulation, we have to know what we want, the capacity, the staff, the typology of the prison, the type of facilities and service, the special and space requirement, which is very, very important. The problem with the prison, as the budget for prison are not very, very high normally, the land or the design land for building a prison is, let's say, not always adapted to the construction, and can be quite a bit of problem. So for that, there are existing law, there are recommendations. I don't know if you are aware about the Mandela rules. Mandela rules are recommendations that you have to apply for the prison, including the infrastructure, the ventilation, the food, the space per detainees, etc. So we start really by that and trying more and more to go towards a human prison. And then when we go a bit more in details, we have the standard. For example, in Sri Lanka here we have some national standard edited by the UDA, and that we have to respect, but it's not exactly the same as a public building. We have to think about we have to think about the prison, we have to think about the typology, which is very important, we'll see that later, the concept, the design, and then you have to decide how many square meter per person, how many taps, how many toilets, and things like that, and there are very, very few norms or recommendations on that. Everyone is speaking about the international recommendation, but basically they don't exist, or they are very, very, very vague, like the Mandela rules, saying the prison should have a good ventilation. But as an architect or engineer, you know that it doesn't mean a lot of things, you know. And then you see those 2 yellow books here that's published by the International Committee of the Red Cross. It's really based on their experience in visiting different prisons around the world. So we did the recommendation. They are not norms, but they are more minimum standard that we have at least to respect to build a prison in order to make the life a bit easier for the detainees. And below those recommendations, then you have a lot of health problems. The public health is really, really at risk. And not only for the detainees, don't forget that detainees, they are detainees, but they are staff as well. And the staff is exactly at risk. If there is a problem in the prison, then the staff is at risk as well. We have seen that in few places where there is an epidemic or there is a problem in the prison or the people is revolting, mutilating, then there is an impact on the staff as well. And so basically, we are working with the Department of Prison to issue the prison brief, all the different articles and different laws that they have to use for the concept of the prison. And then we are working with them to establish a national minimum standard. And we are at the beginning of the process, but we really like, they really would like to have a document with the minimum standard and to show to the architect, to the engineer, that's the minimum that we have to respect, and that's the way we want to have a prison. And for example, here we have 3 different typologies of prison. It can be the so-called campus typology. So then it's depending a lot about the staff, about the possibilities, about the different cluster that you have in your prison. Then we have the cluster typology, like you see in the middle. So in terms of security, can be better because it requires less staff, for example. But if there is a problem, you can see everything is centralized in the middle. So it can be difficult to manage in case of a big security problem. Or you have the integrated typology where everything is at the same place in the same building. So everything has to be decided according to the security, the type of security that you want for the prison, and then the design or the space available for the prison. Then you have to think about the blocks, the hospital area, because you need to have a kind of hospital, if not an hospital, at least a health post or health services, the kitchen, which is very important. You have to feed all the detainees. The sport area, the gardening, administration, and then you have to think how the people is going to pass from one zone to another one. For example, here you have the wall. You can see the basketball, against the wall, so the people, the detainees, doesn't see necessarily a wall, but they can see a place to play basketball, and it changed completely their mind. And in terms of mental health, is better. Like the same as in the picture on the right-hand side, you see that it's not a wall, but they are grill. Okay, but that's basically the same. But I mean, for you, the horizon is more far, and you can have better view, and as well it's better for the mental health of the detainee. So all those things have to be included in the concept of the prison. Then, if we go very, very far, we can imagine to have nice prison like that. They are not prison, that's a simulation center. But why not, as an architect, to go a bit, to think out of the box and to go to give further, and mainly to use the natural light and natural ventilation. So it's not yet the case, but maybe in the next 50 years we will be able to reach this point. For example, there are small things. The sound. You can imagine in normal prison, there is a lot of sound because it's closed, everything is in metallic, you have the grill and things like that, so it's very stressful for the people. Being the guards or being the detainees, it's very stressful. And there was a study in UK, I will not go into details, but they show that already by reducing the problem of echo, to improve the sound, the mental health of the detainees, of the people living in the premises, is much better. So there are small things like that to think about it. I'm thinking about the roof in case of rain. I'm thinking about a lot of things. Natural ventilation. We will see that at the next slide. Trying to maintain the maximum of normality with a decent building, as much as possible to have a nice environment. There is always a problem. We are able to build something like that if there is a budget, but we don't have to forget that the cost of the building, if you consider the total cost of a building over, I don't know, 70 years, the cost of the building is about 20%, I would say, depending on the level of security. 20% of the cost, that's for the construction of the building. And then you have 80% of the cost for operation and maintenance during the lifespan of your building. And that's a problem. That's very often a problem. You most probably know that the operation and maintenance in the prison is not the priority because of budget, because of things like that. So we can make something very nice, but at the same time we have to take into consideration the cost of the operation and the cost of the maintenance and try to reduce it as much as possible. It's important as well. So it's always a balance. For example, here there are different activities that we have. We can see the windows, we can see a nice environment, a nice building as well. It's in not in Cambodge. In Cambodge. Yeah, sorry. Of course, we have to have space for the religion, being Christian, Buddhist, Hindu or Muslim, for example. Here, that's 4 different places for the religion. We have to accommodate that as well. So a maximum of normality for the building. And more and more we try to get as much as possible to include the natural element like rainwater harvesting, which reduce the cost of the water because the cost is very high. Natural ventilation, you can see on the picture below on the left-hand side, that's a natural ventilation, and for the country with the climate like here, it's very important. And we can have solar system or solar water heater as well to reduce the cost of for example, in the kitchen, to reduce the cost and the consumption of wood to heat the water to cook. Here we have another element. It's in Thailand, the Ministry of Justice. It's as well the planning, and they were designing everything in terms of in the goal of using the natural ventilation. One thing that we have more and more to think about is the climate change. Climate change and flood prison. Here, I don't think that it happened, but there were a lot of problems in Cambodia. And you can see on the picture, it's not only the infrastructure which are destroyed, but all the files of the detainees were destroyed. So when planning a new prison as well, we have to see the location, if the location is safe, if it's a flood-prone area, if there is a risk of landslide and things like that. It's very important. Here I put as the last slide the common mistake that we can see when we don't take into consideration and we don't meet the international standard or recommendation. Very often the prison, the security is too high, so it's costing a lot to the state, to the government, because they are sure that they have to build the highest security prison, and instead, in fact, there are very few people which require high security. So it's very often a mistake or a misestimation, let's say. Lack of general hygiene. if it's not respected, if there are too many people at the same place, or not enough water, not enough space, not enough space to bath, space to make sport, or things like that, but there will be a lack of general hygiene for the prison. Very often, as I said, they have a problem with the land, and land is limited, so there is no capacity for future expansion. Very often as well, they don't realize that when you build a prison, you are going to bring something like between 1,000 and 2,000 people on that, and they just say, yeah, you just connect to the water board and then to the for the drinking water and for the sewage, but they don't realize that often simply the capacity of the water board, capacity of the network is not enough to accommodate the prison. So everything has to be synced before. The poor light level and inadequate ventilation, we already spoke about that. And if we want to apply purely civilian specification in a prison environment, for example, a hospital, 80% of the hospital for a prison is the same outside, but there are still 20% which are very, very specific to the prison. And that we have to know that and to take it into consideration. So then lack of exercise area, and then introducing a non-sustainable security feature. Very often authorities want the highest security, as I say, including CCTV and all those funny gadgets and fancy gadgets, and everything has a cost. Then you have to maintain it. So from time to time, it's better to have a nice windows than to have camera everywhere. So there are plenty of different points like that they have to be taken into consideration if you want to have a, let's say, more human prison. Voilà, thank you very much. I think that my time is off. I don't know if there are some questions or we proceed with you. So thank you very much. And of course, if you want more information, we are always available to answer to the question. Thank you. Up.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Joan Wagan. Talking about the professional profile of Mr. Iraj Abeyawardena, he holds a bachelor's in catering degree obtained at the University College of Hotel Management and Catering in Budapest, Hungary. Having obtained his degree, he then worked in some of the leading hotels in Hungary before returning to Sri Lanka in 1976. He then joined the Lanka Oberoi, which is now the Cinnamon Grand, in the food and beverage departments and became the first Sri Lankan food and beverage manager. With over 40 years of experience in the hospitality and leisure industry, he is a specialist in food and beverage, and in the training has been able to use his valuable experience in overseas 5-star hotels for the benefit of the hospitality industry in Sri Lanka. Since his retirement in December 2003, he has been involved in doing consultations for the industry and has given his expertise to advise on several projects. Presently, he is the Director of Studies at Imperial Institute of Hospitality and Leisure. He is also a consultant of Amaya Hotels, Resort and Spa, and also a board member of Serene Pavilion, which is a boutique hotel, and the board director of Winston Hotel Developers and Services Private Limited. Welcome on stage, Mr. Iraj Abeyawardena, representing the Institute of Hospitality.
Good afternoon. I am also a committee member of the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority of the Hotel Classification Committee. That is the reason I took this subject, because it relates to the public as well as very much to the architects, because we strongly believe that there has to be a harmony between the architects, the investor, and the hotel. So based on that, I took this subject, and I will go through with it, and we take harmonizing the concept is the most important thing. You harmonize the concept. Architects bring concept to the table. When a hotel project or a boutique hotel or boutique villa is on, architect has to bring the concept to the table. That's the first step. Of course, the architect will be briefed by the investor. Then you go to the next one. It should be harmonized by the hotelier also. Because very often, when we go on inspections, we see that the harmonization is not there. So the harmonization between the architect, the hotelier, or the consultant should go in line with the project. And then the next one is, I took 3 samples of hotels. The first is Bentota Beach, which is now renovated and refurbished. The second one, if you see, it is the Kandalama, Heritage Kandalama. And the third one is Heritage Ahongala. All these 3 hotels were designed, conceptualized by the late Mr. Jeffrey Bawa, who is an icon in the industry, in the architecture. I know there are so many of his colleagues who are following him. So the harmonization is very important between the architect, the hotelier or the consultant, and the investor. Harmonizing the journey. What do we do? The guest journey. Creating spatial and sensory experience to the guest. Luxury, comfort, and ambience. And the functionality. So that is the part of the architect. Very often the ambience, the luxury is there, but the functionality is not there. That is why I say the architect and the consultant or the hotelier has to work together. Then the staff journey, service delivery, which is very important. Food and beverage, housekeeping, kitchen, front office, and back of the house. I call it the heart of the hotel because the back of the house is the most important area where a lot of guests doesn't see. When we go on inspections, we don't go to the front office, we go to the back of the house. Because as I say, that is the heart of the hotel. You can have a beautiful lobby, you can have a beautiful rooms with suites, but if your back of the house is not there, then you lose. Now when I say back of the house, I refer to the kitchen, the storage, and very importantly, the staff areas. You want to retain your staff, especially now, you have to look after your staff. You have to give them decent accommodation, you have to give them decent meals and other facilities, otherwise they leave. You all know the world is opening up, so if you don't look after our staff, they leave. So that is the harmony of the journey. What is hospitality? Hospitality is a harmonious mixture of food, beverage, shelter, physical environment, behavior, and attitude of the people. That is hospitality in a very nutshell. The 5 A's in tourism. First is the attraction. We have abundance of that in Sri Lanka. Accessibility, not only to the hotel, but within the hotel accessibility. How is your corridors? Are they properly lit? Those are very important. Then accommodation, of course, accommodation are the rooms. What kind of rooms do you want? There are certain regulations in the Tourism Development Authority, which I'll go through later on, where the sizes of the rooms, toilets are mandatory. Then we have the ancillaries, right? Requirements, toilet, bathrooms, and then we have the amenities. Special amenities for special people, special amenities for differently abled people. Now it's a law in the country that hotels have to have a minimum number of rooms for the differently abled people. And the differently abled toilets, rooms are also specified as to how you should develop it. So that is the first part of my presentation, where we talk of harmony between the architect, between the consultant, hotelier, and the investor. Now we go into the criteria. This is law of the country. If you notice this picture here, I have taken it from another beautiful hotel in Veeravilla called Hilton Doubletree Rajavarana. So if you see the harmony here is harmonizing with the environment, and the rooms of course are a different thing. So let me go into the basic of classification and criteria guidelines. Seeing stars. Some of the most imaginative hotels in terms of architecture and interior designing, amenities are being developed around the world. There are so many different hotels coming up, underwater hotels. And from underwater hotels to treetop hideaways, new properties. Now there is a new concept in Sri Lanka, not new, it's about 15 years old, where we call boutique hotels and boutique villas. Those standards and building to ratio land area has to be big. And we say it should be better than a hotel of a 5-star hotel room. That's why we call it boutique hotel and boutique villas. Then we go to the next one. No matter how much hotel innovate, there are some basic requirements for all properties. As I told you, there is a law now in the country which is gazetted, which I'll go through now. If you don't adhere to that regulations, then you won't get your classification, normally you get your registration. So that's why I say as much as we look at the public areas, we have to look at the back of the house. Why star? Now this covers the criteria and it determines what grade you will get from 1 to 5 if it's a hotel property, or if it's a boutique villa and a boutique hotel, it's a different concept. Star classification requirements. Now I was talking about the requirements. We have 3 requirements. These are mandatory. Whether it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are mandatory requirements which you have to do, otherwise you won't get registration, nor will you get your classification. Then we have minimum requirements from 1 to 5. And finally, we have the non-mandatory requirements. That is a marking system. I'll go through it a little later. So the 3 mandatory is for all hotels, there are mandatory requirements. Then for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there is another requirement. So if you want to get your hotel classified or registered, you have to ensure that the minimum and mandatory requirements are met. Otherwise, we don't classify the hotel, nor do we register the hotel. Once you have all these done, and the SLTDA team goes and inspects and says, yes, the mandatory things are down, then they register the hotel. Once they register, we give them about 6 months to 1 year for classification. Then they make a request to the SLTDA, and based on the request, our team goes to the hotels and we do a complete inspection, thorough inspection. And now I will tell you the differences. As at 20th, the classified hotels, there are 145 hotels. Unclassified 223 hotels. Because unfortunately, some people don't want hotels to be classified for various reasons. Because they don't have the mandatory requirements. If they don't have the mandatory requirements, you can't classify. And then total registered hotel asset 2020 is 368 with 23,000 rooms. Now, if you take the next 18 months, there is about another 12,000 rooms coming in Colombo. We have JW Marriott coming in, Ritz-Carlton coming in, Sheraton coming in, then Intercontinental is coming. So there are a lot of international chains coming into the country, which is very good. And of course, the port city is going to have a 1,000-bedroom hotel coming in. So Colombo is going to be flooded with international hoteliers, hotel chains, which is very good for the country. But there is one problem we are facing at the moment. I'll go through it later on. That's a human resource problem. So next one is classified hotels, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4, 5. These are the classified hotels at the moment, but the last year we couldn't classify a lot of hotels because of the COVID virus, but now we have started classifying hotels again. So this figure will be different maybe by end of this year. Then we have another segment called supplementary tourist accommodation. That's what I told you about boutique hotels, boutique villas. You have to have minimum 5 rooms for a boutique villa and maximum of 20, sorry. And for the boutique hotels, maximum of 50 rooms. Then you have the guest houses, homestay, you know what is known as B&B, Airbnb, you have a lot of rooms in Colombo. Heritage bungalows, heritage homes, rented apartment, and rented homes. These are all for tourism. So there's another 11,500 rooms in the market. Now I go into the one which I was talking to you about, minimum requirements for any hotel to be classified. Have you got no, have you got that pointer? You see, now this minimum is for all hotels. 1 to 5, all hotels should have the minimum. Minimum is 10 rooms. Then you have to have a separate service entrance. So you have to have a separate service entrance. Okay, it's okay. You can take this. So basically, why are we asking for a separate service entrance other than the guest entrance? Because otherwise your garbage, your food stuff, all come from the main entrance. That is not acceptable. So that's why we say you have to have a separate service entrance. There has to be sufficient good quality water. Water reports are requested by the SLTD every year. Then you have to have hotel building more than 3 floors. Must have an elevator. Not only a guest elevator, but a service elevator also. Now then we come to the room sizes. There are minimum room sizes for the star grading hotels. 1 to it is 17 square meters, which is about 180 square feet. You multiply it by 10.76. Then if you see the 5-star hotels, it's 22 square meters. It's about 280, 260 square feet. That is without the toilet. Then we have the main entrance door must lock automatically when you pull shut. You see, when a guest comes out of the room, sometimes he just closes the door and walk out. He doesn't check. So if the door doesn't lock automatically, anybody can go into his room. So that is why this is mandatory. Now a lot of hotels are following it. Otherwise, they have to replace the locks. Then an exit plan. Exit plan from the room to your fire assembly point must be put on the door, very clearly stating the route that you take in case of a fire or an emergency or whatever you call it. Then we have mechanical ventilation in the toilet. Toilet has to be ventilated properly. Housekeeping, another area where they have to have a separate pantry for the housekeeping. On every other floor, if it's a building with a lot of floors. And then you go to the restaurant. There should be a restaurant for the resident guest with a la carte menu. And adequate refrigeration. This is all in storage. Now we are very, very particular about storage. We don't allow meat products to be stored with seafood because there is what we call a cross-contamination. So seafood has to be separated, meat has to be separated. They are in freezers, temperature controlled. And then there is the other things called vegetables, fruits. They are not in a freezer, they are in a normal temperature controlled area again. And of course the dairy products. So we are very particular about these things. And also facilities for hand washing. Now it has become mandatory because we insist that when you enter the kitchen you have to wash your hands. Or if it's limited space, we ask them to have a sanitization, which is okay, as the same thing. Then there should be a separate area for washing pots and pans. Again, this is another hygiene factor. We don't allow them to wash pots and pans in the kitchen, but we ask them to go into an area that is away from cooking. Then what I told you before, deep freezers, dairy products, eggs, then the perishables, groceries, they all have to be separated and properly stored with what you call a first in, first out, FIFO. Okay? And then there is one more important thing here. Of course, the cellar will have to be there for your wines. Where the volatile substances are concerned, that is paint, turpentine, which is volatile, which can catch fire, We don't allow them to keep it inside the hotel building. We ask them to store it separately in an open area so that even if a fire is detected, it can be controlled easily. Than to have it in your building, inside the building, which can cause a lot of problems. Okay? Then the other thing is dry garbage. Dry garbage has to be sorted at source, separated, that is bottles, paper, cardboard, all the dry garbage. The wet garbage has to be kept in a ventilated area, separated, preferably with a AC, depending on the size of the hotel. If it's a small hotel, we allow them to have it in a, but if it's a big hotel, it has to be with a air conditioned unit separated. That is again because garbage smells. You keep it for 2 days, it smells. So that is why we are insisting on these mandatory things. Safety and security of the guest. Now it's not only the safety and the security of the guest, but of the staff also. It is equally important. Signage has to be properly lit in your corridors with the exit path, because in case of a emergency, your lights go off, then you have to have a lighted exit path. And of course, the fire assembly point also should be lit up. Then protective measures for lightning arresters. Some hotels don't have it, but you have to have it. That is for your own protection of the hotel. Of course, the insurance policy, comprehensive insurance policies, first aid facilities, these are all security methods. Then I go to the pool. Now this is another area we find a lot of errors. Now we don't allow the pool depth to be more than 4 feet. That is again for, you see, pools are not meant for diving. I know when I first started in 1976 at Lancobra, we had a 12 feet pool. Now it's not allowed. Maximum is 4.5 feet. That is for reasons. One is for your cost. You see, you have to chlorinate the pool. You have to have a pH level of 7.2 to 7.4, chlorine level of 0.5 to 1.5. That's the accepted norm world over. So if your pool chlorine level is not enough, then you tend to get your eyes red and various other illness. What happens in Sri Lanka is, most of these guys go and put the chlorine in the night, depending on the size of the pool. You can put 5 kilos, 2 kilos, depending. And when you go and check the pool quality of the water, we do check the water quality, around 12 o'clock, very often it's 0. Why is that? Because it evaporates. So what we have now recommended is to have a dosing plant in your plant room. After 2 weeks, your level of chlorine and your pH will be the same. So you don't have to worry. And the other most important thing is depth marking. Unfortunately, don't misunderstand me please, some architects don't like depth marking. There was a hotel in Bentota, a boutique hotel. When we went to check it, there was no depth marking. We asked the owner. Owner said, no, it's not necessary because I give a piece of paper when they check in, giving the depth marking. Now, who is going to take that piece of paper and go to the pool? Again, guest safety. Now he has put it. Because we have to always think of the guest safety and the staff. They are both equally important. Then of course the differently able rooms. Now there was a law in the Supreme Court, there was a guy who filed a petition against the hotels about 8 years ago, which he said every 25 room you must have one differently able room. For instance, Shangri-La has 300 or 400 rooms. Imagine the number of different label rooms. It's not practical because some people don't like to stay in the different label room. So now we have discussed with the SLTDA and they have put up a paper which is now going to be law. We say for every 100 rooms have one. Because if you have 500 rooms and if you allocate 20 rooms for different label, you calculate your RevPAR, it comes down. Because your toilet has to have the facilities for different label. You have to have a seat on the shower where they can sit and take a shower. So this is something now it is going to be law. We are waiting for the final approval from the lawmakers, and then it will, a lot of hotels will find it easier than to go in for one for every 25 rooms. Then also we look at drivers' accommodation, especially in the resorts. You see, they take 3, 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes to get to their location. And we now insist that they must be given some kind of accommodation, especially in the resort hotels, not in the city hotels. A decent place to sleep and a decent meal. The staff areas are very important. Staff locker sizes are equally important because they must have sufficient area in the locker to hang their clothes. They must have enough area for them to wash before they come to work. So all this is mandatory simply because we are looking at the staff welfare also. So that's a mandatory for all hotels. Now this is the mandatory for 1 and 2, which is very marginal, right? Centrally deposit security lock. You can have it in the central without in the rooms. Then we go to the mandatory for 3, 4 and 5. If you look at it, the 5-star hotels should have minimum 30 rooms. And their square area for their suites is 65 square meters. That is to ensure that the suite is a suite. It has to have 1 bedroom minimum. You can have 2 bedrooms, but you also can have 2 or 3 bedrooms, depending on the quality of your hotel, quality of your suites that you want, whether it's a penthouse, junior suite, or whatever you call it. So this is that. Then a generator. 100%, a generator should be able to take 100% of in case of power failure. So that again depends on the number of rooms you have, the restaurants you have, and then your electrical guys calculate the generator capacity. Adequate service elevators. Again, I am talking of the main door lock. It has to be locked with a double locking system. And in case of an emergency where a guest locks himself in the room and is ill, there is a system where you have an emergency key, which is with the general manager or locked up to be used in case of an emergency for double locking. Then again we go into the bars. There should be additional restaurants for 5-star, minimum 1 specialized restaurant. There should be 2 bars. And ice cubing machine. A lot of hotels have ice cubers, as you all know. We insist that those ice cubing machines are connected to a UV filter. Why is that? Because the UV filter will take the bacteria out, because we take the ice and put it into our drinks. So if there is any bacteria in the ice cubes, then there is an issue. then we insisted having a glass washing machine in addition to your dishwashing. What is the reason for that? You have your dishwasher. You bring plates, put it into it, especially after breakfast. Eggs. You smell a plate sometimes when you go to the hotels and see, if they are not properly washed, you get that bad smell. Now, if you have one washing for your plates and your glasses also start smelling. So now we are insisting that five-star hotels should have a glass washing machine in the bar or in the restaurant, mainly in the wash-up areas. That is again for hygiene standards. You know, we in Sri Lanka, I'm very, very sad to say, we are far behind hygiene standards when you compare to the world. We say we have HACCP, we have various certificates, but that is only a certificate. When you go and check, we find it's not implemented. So that is why this is very important. Your ice scuba, your wet garbage, differently able people, all that. So that is the mandatory and minimum requirements for all hotels. Unless you comply with all these, your registration will be not given. We are the law of the country, the gazetted, the law of the country. You can go into the SLTDA website, you will find all these documents. And then there are 4 main criteria for marking. Do I have any more time? 10 minutes? Okay. Can I take another 10 minutes to finish this? Okay. Now, there are 4 elements when you go for marking. This is what I told you, non-mandatory. There are 5,000 marks that is there in the non-mandatory thing. Brand image, safety of the guests, staff, and sustainability. Those are the 4 things, fundamental things that are in the marking system. I'll go through it fast because I have no time. Right? Now this, if you see, there are marks. What I highlighted in yellow is the most important areas. Right? We say the building and the architectural features should reflect the ambience of a 5-star hotel, and we also request something with Sri Lankan architect, bring in our culture. Recently we went to a hotel in Unawatana, I can't tell you the name, but that single owner, 350 odd rooms, his icon is an elephant. From the lobby to the rooms to the restaurant, all over elephants. Of course, carvings. So that's why I say have some kind of Sri Lankan character in your hotel. Don't go for European concepts. We don't want foreigners come here to see our concept. I don't know how many of you know, when we opened Lanka Oberoi, we had 3 butiks in the lobby. Those were the largest butiks in Asia. Unfortunately, it's no more there. So that's why we say get an international brand, but go with the Sri Lankan concept. Then guest corridors, I told you earlier. These are all marks, right? So you have to, I'll tell you how much you have to achieve. Then bedrooms, lighting. Very often when we go to the bedrooms, the lighting is very poor. So we now have told them what kind of lighting we need. We talk about lux, that is the luminous. Minimum of 300 lux should be there in the bedroom where you read, bedside lighting. Toilet. Sometimes you go to a toilet, you can't even shave because the lighting is very poor. Ladies can't put their makeup. So that's why we have told different size on-face mirror lighting, right? These are what we are talking of. These are international standards, not in Sri Lanka. Then again, bathroom, again I am talking of lighting, 300 lux on the mirror. When you go and look at a mirror, you should be able to see properly so you can shave. Ladies can do their makeup. Otherwise you can't. So these are again various things. A coffee shop 24 hours have to be in operation, right? Then restaurant and bar. Kitchen. Kitchen is another area that we are very particular because of the hygiene standards. Kitchen walls must be all tiled, preferably with white for easy cleaning. The floor must be with non-slip impervious homogeneous tiling. Because kitchen, if there is a lot of water, oil falling, so if your tiles are slippery, God help you. Then free of insects, which is very important. And now we say kitchen has to have only stainless steel tables. No wooden tables are allowed because they breed cockroaches. You know, there are 3 kinds of cockroaches in Sri Lanka: the American, Asian, and the German. And once they get into wood, they grow in heat. It's very difficult to eliminate. So that's why we are insisting on stainless steel. Shafirina, foot-operated bins color-coded. When you are working in the kitchen, if you have to open the bin with your hand, then again cross-contamination. So we say foot-operated color-coded bins. Quality, functionality, right? Gas, electrical equipment, right? So these yellow ones are the ones that are highlighted. When designing a hotel, internationally accepted safety standards should be adhered to, because you are catering to international market. Then recreation facilities. Again, facilities for the different label. Staff accommodation, you were talking about it. These are all marks if you see, right? Then environment is another very important thing. Sustainability, carbon footprint, environment all going hand in hand. Today people are investing in solar to cut down on your electricity charges. So if you have solar in your hotel, you don't have to worry about your power, right? Then recycling of your waste. If it's a resort, how is your sewerage used? Are you using the water? Recycling the water into your garden. So these are things that I have marked. Now if you see, there are 500 marks total. Now out of 500, if you want your hotel classified as a 1-star, you have to achieve minimum of 2,000. If it's 2-star, 2,500. If it's 3-star, 3,000. If it's 3-star, 4-star, 5. And if it's 5-star, you have to achieve minimum of 4,000 marks, otherwise you won't get it. So it's not easy, though there is 5,000 marks. When we go and mark, we mark as a team, and we agree, we discuss and mark. So if you don't have these marks, even if you have your mandatory and minimum requirement, you won't get your grading. So these are the charges. I mean, I don't think it's necessary. So I conclude. If there is anybody who wants to ask a question or anything, you are welcome. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iraj Abhivardhana, for your presentation. Mr. Mohammed Ashik is working as the Facilities Manager and the Deputy Head of Cooperative Services in British High Commissions, Colombo, and a visiting lecturer for the BSc Honours in Facilities Management, undergraduates in University of Moratuwa. He possesses BSc Honours in Facilities Management degree in year 2012, and later he passed the exam with the submission of green projects in Green Building Council Sri Lanka to extend his career to energy and sustainability. In year 2015, he completed the MBA with Merit Pass in University of West London to advance his engineering knowledge to strategic management to create a fusion in facilities management field. In year 2018, he attended project management professional certification programs offered by USA. He is also currently holding the president position in the Institute of Facilities Management Sri Lanka from August 2018, which is a sole representational body of facilities management professionals. Mr. M.A.R. Shavin Fernando is working as the manager of procurement in Walanka Private Limited, which is a subsidiary of Haley's PLC, a co-solution subsector. He possesses BSc Honours in Facilities Management degree in year 2015, and in year 2019 he completed CIMA UK and attained the associate membership in year 2020, and then followed MBA in University of West London in 2022 to advance his engineering knowledge to financials and strategic management. He is also currently an associate member and also a council member heading the Professional Affairs Board in Institute of Facilities Management Sri Lanka since 2020, which is the sole representative body of facilities management professionals in Sri Lanka. So welcome on stage Mr. M.A.R. Shavin Fernando and Mr. Mohammed Ashik, representing the Institute of Facilities Management.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, as I was explained, I'm Shavin, and Mr. Mohammed Ashik is also there. We are representing the Institute of Facilities Management. So first of all, for giving us this opportunity to be presented here today. So our topic would be for today is architecture and facilities management work together to extend a building life cycle. I do repeat, it's architecture and facility management work together to extend a building's life cycle. So being architects here, y'all are already aware what architecture is. So let me just brief you about what facilities management is. Y'all might be aware, but in a nutshell, let me explain what facilities management is prior to getting started with the topic. And y'all might be wondering what facilities management is, why facilities management is required, when and where, how it is being utilized in organizations, in facilities. So y'all might be having different questions in your mind. So there's no time, hardly any time I have just to go through all these things. Anyways, let me just in a nutshell explain y'all what facilities management is. Facilities management is a discipline which ensures the functionality of the built environment. As it is shown there, the built environment will be managed by integrating people, which means human, place, process, and technology. And also, as we are all aware, there are a lot of facilities, high-rise buildings, shopping complexes, office buildings, apartments, condominiums, everything coming up. So there's a high potential and high requirement for facilities management. Those facilities has to be managed effectively and efficiently. So that is where facilities management is required. So facilities management is therefore managing the supportive activities, which are the non-core activities of an organization in order to support the core business activities. So as we are aware, the facilities differ from, the facilities management requirement differs from organization to organization, and facility to facility also it differs. And being architects, you all know the facility is being constructed, like, you know, hotel construction as well as a office space will be constructed in two different ways. So there are different parameters there. In the same way, the facilities should be managed differently. The requirement of the end user and the nature of the operation, it will be decided on how the facility will be managed. So that's all about facilities management. And then in here you can see the scope of facilities management. Mainly hard and soft facilities management is mainly focused, and real estate management, human resource management, financial management, where you have negotiations, cost saving initiatives being calculated, energy management, organizational management, and business continuity strategies. So basically facilities management could be considered as an umbrella term where facilities being managed based on the requirement of the end user and the operational requirement of any organization. And here I have shown you the purview. If we consider the term facilities management, there you have hard FM and soft FM. Under hard FM, mainly the physical environment is being managed. Building maintenance, where you have preventive maintenance, predictive maintenance, so on. And being architects also, you all aware, during the design stage, it really matters in order to consider the management aspect, maintenance aspect of the building. So facilities managers would directly engage with building maintenance, structural maintenance, air conditioning, heating, ventilation system, mechanical, electrical systems, CCTV systems, access control systems, and fire safety, so on. And then soft FM would be managing people and the organization. So that's also really vital, where a lot of people engagement is also there, where you have to see a lot of aspects: cleaning and janitorial services, waste management, space planning, security services, health and safety management, car park management, pest control, catering, vending, ground maintenance, which means landscaping, and help desk mainly for main high-rise buildings, office premises where you have. So that is basically hard FM and soft FM, it has been categorized. And in this particular slide, you can see facilities management industry pillars. There we have mainly four. We are starting with the first one, general administration and business. That is where mainly facilities management is engaged with the management decisions and, you know, supporting the core business to be operated. And then this, as a second one, you have operations maintenance and daily facilities management. That is where the day-to-day operations is being conducted. That is during the post-occupancy stage. And then you have leadership and strategy. And finally, you have building design, construction, and renovation. That is where facilities management collaborate with the architects and get the best out of the facility. So working with architects during the pre-construction stage would really be helpful for the organizations to get the maximum. So as I have shown there you have facilities management mainly could be considered under the pre-construction stage as well as the post-construction stage. Mainly in Sri Lanka, we do see mainly facilities managers are being recruited and facilities management is being focused during the post-construction stage. But it is always ideal just to focus more on the utilization of facilities managers, engaging that during the pre-construction stage, because architects, they are experts in construction and activities, but facilities managers, architects will be constructing the facility and then be handing over to the end user where it should be maintained. So facilities managers being the people who are engaged directly with the maintenance, so they can just share their inputs, share their requirements on behalf of the end user, and get the right thing in collaboration with the architects. So that's about how architecture is being used in pre-construction and post-construction stage. And then we also have facilities managers mainly focused on value-based facilities management. The roadmap is shown here. Where we are currently now, always facilities management is focusing on that, identifying the value, establishing facilities essentials, and then where we need to go, identifying the facilities management operations, the requirement, and the finding ways how to get there. So working together with architects, getting their opinions during the pre-construction stage also, and together facilities managers and architects should go a long way and cater the requirement of end users. So hope y'all are clear about what facilities management is, and now y'all might be having a question like how architecture and facilities managers work together to extend the building life cycle. So that's our main topic for today. So in order to brief you all about this aspect, let me invite Ashik, Mr. Ashik, who is the president of Institute of Facilities Management. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Shavin. So let me remove this. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So hope you all have energy because after lunchtime, we are gathering here. So there are a lot of things going outside of the world right now with Ukraine, Russia, a lot of conflicts going on. Anyway, so let's move on to this topic. So architect and then facilities management. So I'm sure architecture, most of you might have, quite aware what they're capable of delivering. But facilities management, how many people aware about this discipline? Maybe one or two, I guess. So that's where we are here, and we are really pleased to accept your invitation today to share our facility management aspects in an architect forum. So this is the first time, I believe, happening in Sri Lanka right now. And you would have seen, okay, this facilities management, it's introduced very recently, but still buildings being designed. And a lot of high-rise buildings, vertical structures been designed. So still it's surviving. So what this particular discipline going to add value to this particular construction industry or the facility or building, whatever it is? So you might wonder. So let me explain one by one how we can add value to this. So, so I think I have experience more than 10 years in facility management field. So I come from, through proper education channel, and then I got into a post-construction stage building. So I've been managing mostly post-construction stage building, where when I deal with day-to-day issues, then I realize a lot of people trying to put blame on architects. So this is not been thought of, this is not been done. But I see it differently. As a facility manager, we see it differently. So it's not anybody's fault. At that time, client's briefing is given, and this is what they want, and then based on that, at that time, whatever the situation available, they take decisions, right? So during construction, a certain building, let's say 2-3 years construction stage, so afterwards, what's going to do? So this building needs to survive, it needs to operate. So that can go on and on, maybe 50 years. So that's where the maintenance team or facility management team coming into the scene, and they're trying to, cater the requirement based on the end users who are occupying the building. For example, that building been designed initially to have a hotel. Later on, they feel, okay, the hotel cannot be run because of COVID or whatever. They want to convert it to a hospital. For example, I'm taking a... So how can that building fit into that? Because initially design was given in a different way. Then when you're trying to operate, then there will be a lot of practical issues. So that's what we see. So if the operational team or facility management team can involve during these stages, at least we can make sure that architects' thought, vision during the time of design can be, maintained throughout the building, rather than, changing it in between. Some of the renovations, different, maybe after the design stage of the building, architect might be not seen in the building. But every time he crosses the road, he might see, this is what I designed. Later on, this has been ruined because of improper maintenance. The vision was completely killed because of certain reason. So how we can, live architect's expectation and, keep the, how I can say, every architect design their building with lot of, adding lot of value, lot of love. He wants to show this is one of my milestone design. This is how I've been doing. So he wants to show. So there are rare buildings where you can see in Sri Lanka, people will like to go there and witness the architect elements, because after certain years of time, they feel okay, this is old and all sort of things. They don't want to go into this. So even in current world, you could see a lot of new buildings. People are willing to go there to see, witness the architect elements, the facade. You call it high rise, vertical. You get a nice scenery views, the material, everything being well thought by the architects. Maybe another 20 years down the line, will that be same? So that requires a lot of maintenance to ensure that vision is maintained throughout the life cycle. So that's what this facility management is all about. So making a plan. How as a facility manager we can help, to maintain, help architects to, maintain it. So during the client briefing session, so client might be, briefing architect, okay, this is what my concept, this is what I want to make this building to operate so and so business or whatever operation. So then what happens, so architect designs in a way, then he can consult, and facility management also can, it's like a complementing each other, and we can give, okay, this is how the building should be done. For example, I will give you, there was one building where the fire exits, only one fire exit been designed in one of the high-rise building. So normally the standard is what, normally you should have a 2 high-rise building, but that was designed very long time ago. So, but architect design according to the standards prevailed at that time. But if you compare that with current standard to the existing building, then you will say, okay, this building is non-compliant. So who's going to be blamed on that? It's not about architect's fault. So, right? So whenever the client briefing is happening, we should be able to tell client, okay, this building going to survive for 50 years. These are the international standard practices available. Even though Sri Lanka is not practicing, it can come at any stage. For example, Legionella testing. How many organizations in Sri Lanka are doing it? A lot of international organizations, they do Legionella testing. So Legionella is a bacteria that grow normally in a trap water, shower faucets and things like that, where you have to check whether there's any issue. So how you can maintain it? You have to make sure end users to flush. If certain taps infrequently used, then you have to make sure it's been flushed out. So that way you can kill all the Legionella aspects. And asbestos. So asbestos surveys must. Every year, international organization, they do to ensure there's no asbestos in the building, because that has a lot of carcinogenic and all sort of other issues. So that can come to Sri Lanka at any stage. So when facility management can sit in that particular client briefing, and we can convince client, because ultimately we are going to take over the building, so please listen to architects, what they are suggesting. So we'll have a facility like this. So then it's easy to convince and make sure that 50 years building can, withstand any sort of changes that can come up in the future. So then considering the durability. Of course, architects always consider durability. That's one of their prime core elements that they always do. But after installation and establishing, if the operational team, if facility management team is not properly maintaining, the durability goes down. Then who will be blamed again? Then again, some people might say, okay, the wrong choice made by architect. We don't want that to happen. So make sure this operational team and this one pull together. Have you ever seen the housekeeping team in your building? A lot of people going to day-to-day office, but how many people have seen housekeeping team, where they are staying, what their well-being aspects, how they are cleaning, what is the dusters that they are using? So whether there's any cross-contamination, what is the chemical that they're using? How many people have ever thought about it? I don't think. Because they are the people going to keep the building, exterior things alive. So that's what we see. If they are properly maintaining it, you can see, wow, this building is really nice. So that housekeeping is very key to ensure the durability of the material what architecture initially proposing. Otherwise, it will be like, within a few years down the line, the building can deteriorate so quickly. So then the building systems. So this is another area where MEP engineers coming into the scene, and then they are proposing to the architects, okay, this is what it is, this is the automation, then they do all the load calculations, okay, this is what water requirement is, though you plan your septic tank here, soakage pit here, and then, everything's been discussed here. Again, after post-construction stage, what will happen? Suddenly one generator stops working, and you don't have another provision to add another generator while that is there. You can't remove because the area is very small. So then operational team again blaming the design and construction team. We don't want that to happen. So we have to make sure every floor has a storage facility to keep at least the cleaning equipment. We don't want to ask them to take the cleaning from basement to higher floors. We don't want. We want to have a storage space every place. Then it's good. It's in a way it's easy to manage and maintain. We can improve the efficiency of the operational team. So these are the building system aspects. We can help. Give inputs to the client as well. Then the flexibility. Now with this, we are living in a COVID era. Okay, so people are talking about adequate ventilations. So our buildings are designed to cater air conditioning requirement. So where you are trying to seal every ventilation aspects. So you design a building saying, okay, we want to have a top-notch air conditioning, so we don't want to, have any issues in terms of, maintaining the cooling load. So we'll tight all the areas. So what happens suddenly? How are you going to get the ventilation? All the areas are sealed. So maybe it's better to have a provision in a way, let's have some openable windows in an emergency. And that can help you in any way. For example, for an emergency case, your main entrance is blocked, but you have another place where it's a lockable entrance. You can always use and get out from in any danger that can come up. And also another thing I just wanted to emphasize here: people are talking about evacuation in an emergency in any building. Have you ever thought about it? How we can safely stay inside the office by locking our offices, so anybody can outside strangers will not harm us. There could be a terrorist attack. I don't know. I'm just telling you. For any emergency, it's better. Normally, what security knows how to lock the main building, then he stays outside. But have we ever locked our offices and we stayed inside to see what are the areas where anybody can come in and attack us? No. So there should be a safe locking mechanism. So every flexibility, every aspect, and the business continuity aspects. The world that we are living in, you have to anticipate anytime the business continuity planning is important. So this flexibility is very important during the time of construction, where we can give a lot of inputs to the client to consider architects, whatever the suggestion that he is proposing during the initial stage. Right, so while doing all of this, what we can get? One is, good finished product in a building that can withstand throughout the life cycle of the building. So, and also other side is cost. So here I hardly talk about cost, because that is what mostly in Sri Lankan context people are really worried about. Cost is the prime thing. So cost, there are two areas like tangible and intangible cost, where there are things you are going to miss. If your building is not, giving you a good comfort, users might not come. So there's a lot of opportunity cost. So cost, you can't just define what it is. So it's important that facility manager can be involved during the construction stage or planning design stage to ensure throughout the whole life cycle he put a lot of inputs, and you don't want to renovate in between and again ask money and demolition and all sort of things. Even I read an article where nowadays the inflation is going up with the construction material. People are thinking of constructing in a steel structure rather than your concrete. So even if you demolish, you can still, reuse it in a way. So that's, people are now talking about in a different areas that they are researching because of the material shortages in the country. So with this cost effectiveness, yes, let's move on to the final area. So we can extend the building life cycle. If 30 years been planned, 35, 30, 40 years. So what are the minor things that we can incorporate and, increase the life cycle? So I don't know whether you all heard about sick building syndrome. So there are certain concepts people are talking about. As soon as you enter into a building, you feel like headache and tiredness, and you don't want to stay there. So not proper flow, and even air quality nowadays people are talking about in other countries. Yes, they have air quality monitors installed. Even Sri Lanka, we have one in town hall. You can check what is the air quality levels through our Med department websites. And then how many people are checking your indoor air quality of your offices? Whether you have a guts to display your indoor air quality. I doubt it, because a lot of people's carbon dioxide level will be very high. So above 400, so there's a threshold up to 800 that goes up again, then headache and all sort of other issues, drowsiness can come, so your efficiency comes down. So make sure you have all these elements considered during initial stage construction. So then it is easy. You don't want to reinvent the entire wheel in the middle of the building life cycle. So this is a final slide. So just want to touch upon how automation can help us, because these days lot of shortages in materials, and also human resources also quite shortage these days. So how you can automate the entire building, then that automation data can give you a clear steer whether your building is in a healthy state or not. So there are different model and apps available. So building information modeling is what people are nowadays talking about, where if somebody wants to change the bulb, if they notice it, okay, one bulb is fused, it's a matter of taking a phone, or maybe through internet, or there are different mechanisms to communicate. Then that will immediately come to the facilities team, and they can see, okay, this is the bulb, and this was replaced during 6 months back, but it has a warranty 1 year, who's the vendor, how we can claim it, everything is automated. You don't want to again do the entire thing. So why you want to again purchase and replace another bulb? If there's a warranty, then you want to have a documentation, record keeping, tagging. Early days we were talking about how to manage a facility. So I'm just taking a small example here. Likewise, you can automate whatever you want. With all the field devices, with the DDC control, it's a matter of programming and automating entire thing. You can just manage your offices from the PC itself. So there are a lot of ways that we manage buildings these days. So with the collaboration of architects, and hopefully we can increase the life cycle of the building further, and we can live architects' expectation throughout the building life cycle. So thank you very much for listening. And any questions you would like to ask? Yeah, sure. Please join. Come. Yeah. Yeah, so currently, thanks to the government, because they identified the need of facility management 12 years back. So our first batch passed out somewhere in 2008, right? Yeah, 2008, and then in Moratuwa University. So currently, only here they conduct this course, yeah, degree program.
How many
4 years.
4 years.
4 years, and third year industrial training, they need to go. 2 organizations.
So that is BSc qualification?
BSc honors, yeah.
Honors.
Yeah.
And MSc also you get, or no?
MSc still they haven't started. Yeah. Hopefully they will start at some stage. Yeah.
Okay.
Any more questions? So thank you very much. So our contacts are with organizing committee. So thank you very much for Institute of Architects for inviting us. Anytime we are there to give our whatever the knowledge what we have to preserve our country. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Ashik and Mr. Shavin Fernando, for your presentation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dulya Gunathilaka, an architecture student from Slit School of Architecture. So welcome you all to the first episode of Architects Discussion Forum, which is organized by the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects. Architect Susil Lamahewa is an associate member of Sri Lanka Institute of Architects, an approved green professional of Green Building Council of Sri Lanka, a member of International Council on Monuments and Sites, a council member of Sri Lanka Institute of Architects for the year 2021-2022, and the secretary to the Board of Architectural Publications Sri Lanka. He has done his basic technical and engineering studies from the Ceylon German Technical Training Institute and OUSL in civil technology. He has done his architectural studies at City School of Architecture and done his postgraduate degree at University of Kelaniya on archaeology. He has also done his independent research in architectural history. He has also had his engineering training under structural engineer A. Nadarasa, who is a prominent engineering figure of Sri Lanka. He has had his architectural training under Mrs. John T. Drake of United Kingdom on hospitality and leisure design, architect Dr. Surat Vikramasinghe during the course of architectural studies, and under architect Murad Ismail of MICD before obtaining the charter. Talking about his work experience, he has worked on engineering and architectural fields in several countries. He has done his offshore consultancy for architectural projects in United Kingdom, Poland, Australia, and Philippines. He is a visiting lecturer in architecture and design at Faculty of Architecture, University of Moratuwa, City School of Architecture in Colombo, Slit School of Architecture at Malambe campus, and he is also a guest lecturer for programs at Postgraduate Institute of Archaeology in University of Kelaniya. Architect Susil has his own architecture practice in Sri Lanka and mainly focuses on residential, leisure, and healthcare designs. He is also currently reading at University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. It's my pleasure to have architect Susil Lamahewa on stage to do the presentation on architecture in tight spaces.
Thank you, Dulya. Thank you for a very generous introduction about myself. I think before we start, I would like to take you in the sense kind of what I am going to deliver to you today. So tight architecture or architecture in tight spaces. So what is space? So let's discuss about that first. This 25 minutes presentation is divided into 5 sectors, a little bit of titles that I'm trying to read out, and then I will use one of my colleagues' buildings to showcase. Then I will have about 4 case studies on architecture in tight spaces. Thank you. So what is architecture? That is where you change the environment, so then it becomes built environment. And then you talk about space. What is space? Space is a gap between 2 objects, nothing else. When you have a large gap between 2 objects, you have a large space. When you have a small gap in between 2 objects, you call it a small space. You cannot create space because it's all over. What you do, what architects and planners do is, you envelope the space for your purposes. And then the nature. Why nature? Because we need to get protected from nature and the elements, therefore you need built structures. Otherwise, we will have a lot of problems. And then design. What is design? Design is not an accident. You have a process to it. You have a problem, and you arrive at design through a process of work. So there you call it a design. And architects do design for somebody else's problems. And then art. I do not think there is architecture without art. It has about 60% of science and then a lot of art, because you talk about composition and you talk about blind shapes, volumes, 3Ds, 2Ds, and all of them. Then finally, the user and user's taste. Therefore, you need to have an understanding of your end product. So what we try to understand today or now, how to deal with small spaces, because now in the world, in Sri Lanka especially, the land value is going up and lands becoming smaller and smaller, and they are more challenging. And after the user and the taste, so based on the taste, you deliver a project, and then the project has a form. This form is what actually the architect and the user agree upon at the beginning, and they all wait for the final results of the form. So finally, I would rather say architecture is creating a form in the natural environment. To do that, you change so many things in the nature. And how do we do that is, or will showcase your knowledge, your ability, and your competency in making architecture in tight spaces. And what is space? I explained what is space. So space is one of the elements of design of architecture. So space is continually talked about, discussed about, and then the next thing is time. So you talk about the time and space. And within that framework, we can come to the tight spaces. In densely populated cities with party walls, the close proximity of other buildings, or incorporate elements like natural light and cross-ventilation. The ever-changing and multiplying nature of cities has given rise to atypical lots. Those are very small plots as a result of subdividing of urban land. In general, the radius dimensions force developers to look for ways to maximize the limited space available to them. This is where the tiny spaces or tight spaces are useful sometimes if you make use of in the proper way. So before we begin, we need to understand the subject of architecture, which is based on art and sciences, or a multidisciplinary subject. Before it was invented, there were a lot of architects in the world. Architecture Without Architects, the book that we all know, and then The Vitruvian Man by the Leonardo da Vinci talks about the human dimension. So the tight spaces, we have dealt with tight spaces even in 5th century in Sri Lanka. When a king wanted a palace, king could have been taken any space as much as land he could obtain. But at Sigiriya, it was a tight site for any architect. But they have managed to do a royal palace complex on top of the Sigiriya with a lot of technologies during that time. So I think that is one of the interesting examples that I could find for you. And then the tight spaces, then we come down to the grassroots level, the farmers or the people, they have very tight spaces. There are tree houses to keep the elephants away, to recite the Parakavi and all of them. The space is given, but it is limited. It's a very tight space because the tree branches, you cannot make the way that you wanted. The next picture on your right-hand side shows a vast landscape with a large water body and a green space. But you can imagine the size of the wadia or the small shack that they have made, it has taken a very small plot. Then we come to the urban poor, because these tiny lands or tight lands, tight spaces are in urban cities, where children play or where children do everything. And then the urban poor lives in very basic spaces, but still. So if they live like this every day, we are responsible. And then the next one I am trying to talk about the Miyawaki Gardens in Japan. So in urban settings, if we create a small plot of land cultivated with native plants in various heights to accommodate, you have 3 different levels, the lower level, mid level and the tall level, and then you can create an urban plot of a forest in the city. So having said that, we will go back to the composition of lands and how do they do it. I mentioned about art. So the left picture shows about, it's a piece of art by Mondrian known as composition number 3. This is one of my favorite pieces of art. It uses straight lines and few colors and one geometric shape to tell a story. On the other side, you have George Keat in 1963, done his 2 phases. There was a series of arts. It showcases the other elements of art forms like curves, circles, colors, and the tones of colors, and that also tells a story. This is just to show you how composition can take us to a different level by various people. And then when we come down on the line, we can see a temple buildings done in very small plots. This is a temple in Ambalangoda, Galle district. The building that on the left-hand side is built during colonial period, but they did not have enough space, so a tight space. They have planted this building in between Chaitya, Image House and Arms Hall. And the building inside is so tight, so tiny, and then they have all these images in a very tight, narrow space. The next example is also from Ambalangoda, a well-known Sunandaramaya, the colonial influence. So they want to house a Buddha statue brought from Siam, and then during 18th century, they influenced by the Western architecture and built this image house there in a tiny plot of land. And then I will take you through a very few key areas that we need to understand to deal with small plots of lands to do designs for people. The number 1 is regulations. We are governed by regulations, but at the beginning I said architecture without architects. But we cannot do that now. We are all governed by regulations. Any plot of land, whether it is large, medium or small, you need to have an access, entrance, and then in the middle of the land you can do whatever you want, and then you need to have a rear space vacant. That's an empty space. And there are street lines, there are building lines, there are other regulations given by the regulatory bodies so that your hands are tight. And then your materials that you are trying to employ in tiny blocks of lands play a major role, because ultimately you are trying to reach the thermal comfort, the comfortability of the built space that you are trying to create. And then you need to go for a better concept, whether it is an open house, closed house, or semi-open house, or a semi-closed house. and there are problems again. To do that in a narrow spaces, tiny spaces, one need to understand how human figure works. Our length of hand, height, reachable levels, all that will govern the design. So your ergonomics and the anthropometric data will have a major role in designing in tiny spaces or tight spaces, and then the space planning, because the given site or the tiny land that you have may be few purchasers, maybe 6 perch, 5 perch, 7 perch, and then we cannot build more than 66% of that land for a residential purpose according to the regulations. So therefore, your space planning play a major role. But space planning fails if you do not understand how human behavioral patterns and the ergonomics, and then the safety. Because if you need an open house, is it safe to have an open house right throughout the day, 24 hours? Can you do that? Or if it is closed house, is it safe to live inside when there is no cross ventilation? Or maybe rainy time, the rain might come into the house. Then what do you do? Then the services. If you don't get enough cross ventilation, a natural light, then you are bound to do it artificially. By regulations, you are allowed to have artificial illumination and artificial ventilation for houses in our country as well. Though we have sunlight 365 days a year and enough wind and rain to cool our houses, then where we have gone wrong. Then finally, the satisfaction of the user. So if architect is satisfied with the design, and then I am sure the user also will be satisfied. So I will take you through the first case study that I am trying to show you. A house done in 6.5 perch land, somewhere closer to Dehiwala, on 2 road access. This is done by my colleague, my partner, architect Roshan Senaratne. On the left hand side you can see 6.5 perch rectangular plot. Client wanted 2-car garage and the side entrance. As you enter your living dining, facing the courtyard, there was a tree on the side. So the tree was remained there. And then you have a pantry, and then 1 bedroom and a common bathroom and the rear space. The upper floor, over the courtyard, it becomes a double height space, and then you have 2 bedrooms at the back with a common bathroom. So bathroom above bathroom eases the plumbing problems, and it's a very economical solution. On the other side, you have a small nook and the master bedroom, kind of facing the road, but it is screened, we will see in the photographs. And then this has a roof terrace for party space, and then the double height becomes treble height there, and then they have some plants in the roof terrace. So that's a small plot, and it has 4 bedrooms, 2-car garages, and a small maid's room. The western sun is blocked or filtered at the entrance, and as you enter you will see this small courtyard, and then you climb to the first floor, and then through the first floor you will go to the roof terrace. On the right hand side is the entrance, and what I am trying to show you here is the use of materials in this narrow space. So this is what you see when you enter. And then we move on to the incorporation of followings. The natural lighting and ventilation, as I explained now, is a vital entity in this game, I suppose. And then the flexible and multi-purpose furniture, if you can have a bed sitter, and that can be in the living room, which becomes a bed at night. So this multi-purpose furniture in tight spaces works very well. And then the height ceilings. So creating a double height space gives you a larger volume where you feel very comfortable. In a tiny spaces, you feel minute, you feel you are scaled down to the earth. But that's very uncomfortable. If you have a high ceiling, or a double height space, or a courtyard, or if you can see the sky, blue sky, clouds, sun and the moon, the wind, the rain, birds, that will use as a stack air ventilation because our body emit heat. The heated air rises up and it escapes from there. And then use of light colors in tight areas will bring the quality of the space better. The warm materials, what are warm materials? Warm materials are timber, draperies, cloth, paper, the lightweight materials, not, as you and I know, not granite and concrete and block and cement blocks and these solid materials. And then you have mobile and lightweight partitions. You can create a space with a collapsible partition so that it becomes a multi-purpose space in your tight 5-perch plot. The greenery. If you can see outside through the window, you might have a nice tree, plant or something. If you don't have anything, you might see the Burrwood garden from the next door. The views and vistas within these small plots is very important. You may have an extroverted house if you have a larger garden, and then you can have the house in the middle so that from all the windows you have a view. But in an urban plot, in a city where you have 2 boundary walls on either side and you have a long narrow space, you might have to go for an introverted design. So you look at your design from various points of the house and you create vistas within the built space. So that's intro and extro. My next case study is a studio plugin by young architect Chaturika Kulasinghe, who designed her workspace at Sri Javadanapura Court in Sri Lanka. This is the leftover space of her parents' house, and she used that space. You can see the plan with a curved wall and a pink straight wall comes into the house where you have your workstation, and about 30% of that space is open to sky where there is a large pini jambu tree. Then you move on to the pantry where you make a cup of tea, and then you have a bed space. After the bed space, it completely opens out to a courtyard. After the courtyard, you have a bathroom. So this house, one would say there are no windows. You don't need windows because in front you have a large open space and there are no blockades in between, and then you have a large courtyard at the back. So there is cross ventilation, happens very nicely. You can see that in the section above. The same house, this is the courtyard adjacent to the bedroom. The photograph is taken from the bathroom side. This is the small pantry. You can see the bed and the courtyard beyond the bed space and the wall of the bathroom. So these kind of gardens, finally, when they are given to the nature give you the gifts, something similar to this. Next example is going to be only one slide I have. It is a renovation of a house at Malabe. They wanted to expand the house. It's 10 perch, and they have a potable water well which they did not want to close, and they wanted to extend their living room and the dining room into that space. So result is this. On the left hand top you can see the building, the small space that we have left. And below you can see the veranda overlooking the paddy field. The large picture shows a coffee table with a glass. If you look through this glass, that is the potable water well. So the well is lit by electrical lights in the halfway through. At night they switch on all the lights and all the visitors peep into the well, and then the story starts from there. So we did not have to close the drinking water well. The concrete slab over the well with about 1 meter by 1 meter square opening, a small concrete wall coming up to the coffee table height and have a toughened glass. And there is a gap between the toughened glass and the cement wall, as you can see here, so that the glass do not get mist from the water inside. So they still use the water well. The next example for a tight space in a tight architecture is a building designed by me at Dickmans Road, Colombo, on a 10-perch plot. On the left hand side you can see the land left as a green, where you park the car and walk into the house. The client did not want to have a garage. He said this iron monster can park outside and we would love to have some green space. And then you enter into this house, which is about 3.5 perch. It is a 2-story house and 2 units. As you enter into this house, you face a large central courtyard. Around the courtyard, like a U-shaped letter, you have usable spaces. On your left hand, you can see now the kitchen and the dining space, and you can see the living room furniture. Right hand side is what you see from the living room furniture. From the chairs, you overlook the gravel courtyard and a small pond. On right hand side you have an open staircase. At a higher landing level we have a bridge going to the other section of the house. So on the left you can see this bridge walking across to their libraries, and then on the right hand side you see the living dining room again. So the most of the earth materials were used in this house. No cement tiles, no ceramic tiles. It's a normal cement render and recycled kabuk, and in some areas clay walls and tile roofs, no ceilings. Treble height of this courtyard works as a stack air ventilation, and it gives a lot of cross ventilation, and birds fly through the house. You move on to the bedroom spaces in the same house, then it is a different atmosphere because it has all plastered white walls in tiny spaces, so that space looks big. The width of this space is about, I think, less than 2 meters. It was 1 point something. So this is the transition point from the earth character going towards your bedroom space. And when you move into the bedroom, it is a completely open space with tats coming down from the roof level. Because you are at a higher level, there is no security problem here. You are in your first floor level. So you put the tats down or keep the windows open. And my final example is another house done at Navala of 11 perch, and the site has about 5 or 4 large trees. The concept was actually to create rooms for all those trees, not for the people. So by doing that, we achieved a very small footprint for the building, and we had a lot of space left around the house and inside the house. and this house has no windows. So this is what you see from the road. The western sun is blocked or absorbed by the fair face, a normal brick masonry wall, and from that wall there is about 8 feet distance to the bedrooms, so there is an air gap, so heat doesn't transfer. In the ground floor you have 2 cars, there are two doors to go into the garages. As you enter from the main door, you will see the house like this, a cement floors with cement furniture and very basic cushions, and then there are collection of rare books and some antiques and the artifacts that they have brought from various countries. The house is totally open out to the courtyard. You move closer, so this is the only window that they have for the guest bedroom. Otherwise, people have psychological fear at night if you don't close the door and the window. That was the only reason. But when you go inside the room, on the other side there is no wall and it has a courtyard with the existing tree. The dining space here is like a double height veranda. So dining veranda. And on the right hand side you can see the open pantry with the fair face brickwork is part of the courtyard for an existing tree. And this is what you see from above. This house is now quite some times, but in today's context, I trust we need to move forward for urban agriculture rather than flowering plants. So it's a different subject, and it's a subject by itself. I'm not going to talk about it. But in your terraces, balconies, roof terraces, vertical gardens, indoor gardens, they all could be converted into edible gardens now, which we do at our home also. So the right hand side picture shows the lower window of the kitchen where the fumes are gone out. And if we have this kind of ideas when you design in tight spaces with your client. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the design is not an accident. Someone has to put in a lot of knowledge and think about the material, and you need to get into your client's shoes to think as how client thinks. Otherwise, you are trying to deliver what you want for your client where there is a failure. That is the reason why all these buildings done in tight spaces, most of them are changed by time to time. Either something may have gone wrong. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any question, I would like to answer. I don't think any questions are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Susil Lamaheba, for your valuable presentation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dulya Gunathilaka, an architectural student from Slit School of Architecture. So welcome you all to another episode of the discussion forum, which is organized by the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects. Dr. Aniruddha Padania is a consultant pediatric neurologist in Sri Lanka, currently working at Lady Ridgeway Hospital for Children in Colombo, and also the academic head for the Department of Pediatrics, Faculty of Medicine and Allied Science of University of Rajarata. In addition to his clinical obligations as a professional and as an activist, mainly in policy development, he has extended his leadership beyond his discipline to the field of healthcare in general, human resource structuring, and human resource development. He has taken initiatives of many public health problems at national level, including the chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology, battle against milk powder, banning agrochemicals, and promoting safe food. He is also a member of Presidential Task Force for CKDU and recognized as a key person in the committees for safe food and milk powder issues. In 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic struck worldwide, he rendered an enormous contribution as a member of Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. Acting as a trade union leader of Government Medical Officers Association, he has made an historical achievement for the welfare of membership and was appointed as the president of GMOA consecutively for the 10th year. He was honored with the prestigious Eisenhower Fellowship in 2012 in recognition of his outstanding leadership shown in the field of health and other sectors. His contribution in formulating the national wage policy was widely recognized.
The food we consume is going to do, and I expected to do, the best for our health plus the rest. So let us start the lecture. May I start the lecture? First of all, I would like to draw your attention. Why do we eat? Now, you all are architects trying to build up houses for us. That's also another essential item that we want. But more than having houses, what is more important is eating. So, have you ever thought, as professionals and scientists, that this question, why do we eat? Now, the simple answer given by most of you all will be, some might say it is just to satisfy your hunger. So as any animal is eating for that purpose. But as human being with lot of intellectual material in your brain, you have to understand the basic principle of why do we eat. Now, so what is the answer? Let's take that we are eating to maintain our health. So if you go by that, then again we have to see what is the definition of health. Now, what is the definition of health? Now, going by the WHO definition, the health is, it's not mere absence of diseases, it's the physical, mental and social well-being. That is how they have defined. But the spiritual well-being is being presented, but yet to be added to the definition of health. But you can see in Sri Lankan culture, our health definition is much more advanced than that and much more broader. If we eat for health, health is Ayu, Bala, Sapa, Varna, Prajna. So therefore, it is not only to look after one aspect, it is going down to the Prajna. So therefore, it is to maintain your intellect and to maintain your cognitive functions from a neurology point of view. All these are expected if you really maintain your health. So ideally, what you eat as food should ensure this. But if you really appreciate why do we eat, now you can't have any function without food, even entertainment. So until up to the entertainment industry or up to that level, it is very important that what we are going to eat. So therefore, at every moment, the eating or the food will cover all the aspects of our activities. Now, let's see the definition, the Western definition of food. What do you mean by food? They say a food is simply they say if you, this doesn't work, I think you have to go by this. If you sustain your growth and the energy, so if there is a product which will supply your growth and energy, that is being defined as a food. Now you can see in our definitions, food is beyond that, it should provide Ayu Bala Sapa Varna Prajna. So it's very simple definition in the Western world. Possibly this definition had been minimized by the commercial pressures. And very importantly, if you ask for our health, what is more important, is the food or the exercises? If you see the published materials, you might see most of the material are in favor of exercises. This is purposefully done by commercial industries that to undermine the food and to encourage more and more exercises, and you do exercises and eat unhealthy food and you will never be healthy at the end of the day. Now, do we have credentials to speak on this topic as a Western doctor is the next question somebody might ask, whether I am talking something beyond my purview. I am a neurologist, but I am a doctor, basically. So whether doctors can talk about medicine? Yes. Doctors are the food authority. Actually, the agriculture and other industries are there to provide food. So we should dictate what we should eat. Leave aside that. Now, what our father of medicine has told is simply, what he said is, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. Which means medicine had to be, the food is supposed to be the medicine. It's both ways. It had been explained. Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. So therefore, the culture what we have to grow is, food is not just something for us to eat and get the energy and growth, but also it should ensure our healthy status. So, and it should be the medicine. So I think going by our ancient cultures, we claim that we had medicinal food. So that is the same concept this philosopher is also talking about. But you know, as I am in the medical council also, simply we have degraded his principles to give our oaths as doctors in the present day practice. So simply what he says is the food is the medicine. So if that's so, going by the Hippocrates oath, the basic principle is that we can't do any harm to a patient. So first, do no harm is the basic principle, ethical principle that we have to follow as doctors. Now, when we are going to prescribe food, what will happen to us? There is a spectrum where you start from the healthy food in this extreme and you are going down to very poisonous material we are consuming as food, and ultimately, where do we have to, now what, if you go and ask for a doctor, we talk about healthy food. So, which means if you are going to talk about healthy food, obviously, there is an element that unhealthy food also exists. So, you can't, if you go by the Hippocrates oath, we can't have unhealthy food in existence. But that is the reality in the current day for various reasons. So, therefore, I would like to conclude that whether we call it food or we call hazardous substance masquerading as food. So, this is where the current food is, because coming down to how safe the food we consume, that is my topic. So, I am going to say now, as healthcare professionals, we safeguard ourselves by saying, asking you to eat only healthy food, while ensuring that unhealthy food also exists in the world. So, if you fail to consume the so-called healthy food, or if you consume hazardous food, people think that only problem that you might encounter is the nutritional problem. No. If you eat wrong foods, it is not only the nutritional problems, you can see down to the line of cancers, up to the cancers, any disease, any organ can get interfered with wrong food culture. This is what we see today. You can see the non-communicable diseases, these slides were prepared a few years ago, is accounting for about 75% of the deaths in Sri Lanka. It is now 82%, and it is far more than this, and you can see these are the figures in Colombo district. It's this is actually 30% is wrong. This is 2008 figures, and it is more than now, and you can see 1 in 5 adults in Sri Lanka in 2008 had diabetics or pre-diabetics, and 2012 it was 1 in 4. it was 26% of the population was either diabetics or pre-diabetics, and you can see the figures are fast going up. You can see during very short period it is going up and up. It is not only going up, it is in a uprising trend. You might appreciate that. So therefore we are getting unhealthier and unhealthier from that point of view, and we don't claim it to be due to food, and within a very short period. You can see these are the figures from Colombo. It is going beyond 50%. These are the figures I quote from Katulande Tell. You can see the Tamils, this was 2008. Tamil figures, you can see it is 20% of the Tamil population is having metabolic syndrome. What do you mean by metabolic syndrome is, obviously you know, we talk about diabetics. Diabetics is the sugar. Sugar doesn't change in our body alone. At least the water level should change in the blood when the sugar levels are going to change. So definitely the electrolytes, the lipids and all other parameters will change. So we put all these things together and we call it the metabolic syndrome. So when you calculate and extrapolate from that definition, you can see the best figures coming for Tamil population. It is 20% of the Tamil population is having metabolic syndrome, 23% of the Sinhalese people are getting metabolic syndrome, and 46% of Muslims are getting this metabolic syndrome way back in 2008. But this is after how many years? 2008 to here is 14 years. So it's drastically changing, and the war concluded in 2008, and unfortunately now even the Tamils are eating all this unhealthy food instead of what they have been eating as traditionally in the past. So possibly they also are now reaching the figures what we are currently experiencing. And you can see the cancers. It's alarming if I really put the figures. Cancer figures 2008, that range we had only 50 patients per day, new cancer patients. 2019, 100 patients, new cancer patients per day, and now it is 110 this year, new cancer patients. So each cancer patient for pharma treatment alone will cost about 20 million. So you have to have, you can analyze the amount of money that had to be incurred to look after these cancer patients, and we will not be able to look after. We had only one cancer hospital 20 years ago in Maharagama Cancer Hospital. Now every province we have a cancer hospital. Unfortunately, we can't cope up with this number. And I just went recently to Anuradhapura Cancer Hospital and Cancer Unit. There are 22,000 patients in that clinic getting treatment per month. 22. There is 9 million, it's only 800,000 population in Anuradhapura district, and out of that 22,000 are cancer patients. So the figures are alarming, but nobody cares it. And this is a new disease. When we were medical students, we never talked about this fatty liver. That is, you have the liver somewhere here, you know, on the right side of your abdomen, and you have liver. When you eat something, what will happen is it will go down on the gut and it will be absorbed, and the first it comes to the liver and then it gets distributed all over the body. So we call it the first pass metabolism takes place in the liver, and liver is the first to face all these consequences of either toxic material or otherwise. So what has happened is this fat has gone and deposited on the liver. So we call it the fatty liver. In the sense, if you store wrong material in the liver functions will go down. So you call it, depending on you can see the pictures, that liver is like, there are white bubbles on the picture, and it is bloated, and ultimately the liver function will slowly go down, and it will ultimately end up in cirrhosis. It is non-alcoholic cirrhosis, which is beating the alcoholic cirrhosis at the moment. And I was misquoted on the YouTube for telling that, but I didn't underestimate the alcohol, but what I said is the non-alcoholic fatty liver syndrome, this NAFLD, is leading cause of liver damage in the world, and once you have the liver damage, entire synthetic functions of various hormones, proteins, everything is done by the liver, and this liver is going to collapse. Ultimately, you easily die, and you have to, if it goes beyond the level 3 fatty liver, you are leading to liver transplant, otherwise you will die. So this is the major cause what Professor Paul Simmert, who is the founder president of International Diabetic Federation, claims that the children are getting more fatty liver than adults at the moment, and the current day practice that children are going to die before their parents as it is happening, and I will show that slide. And once the liver is getting damaged, what will happen is all the organs will suffer because of lack of proper functioning liver. So food is supposed to be the medicine, but now food has become a hazardous substance. And this is what they have published, that food is a major cause of having these non-communicable diseases. What are these non-communicable diseases? As I told you all, when the sugars are upset, you call it diabetes. When the lipids are upset, you call it various cholesterol disease and various other topics. Then when all these chemicals are getting upset, what will happen is your blood pressure and the heart will get into subnormal situations, and ultimately your liver will get this fatty liver. So when you put all these things together, you call it non-communicable diseases, including cancers. So what will be the future if you go with this current trend? Now this is not unusual even in rural areas. People walk into places, and possibly these two parents, if you see the faces of these parents, their intention is to do the best to this child, but whether they are doing the best to this child had to be visited from an intelligent angle. They are killing the child, but they don't know. And these are the current situation of our children. They are getting fatter and fatter, and when you see 30-40 years back, the 22% of Sri Lankan population was malnourished. Now it is overnutrition, or we call it the obesity, or overweight is a problem. So it has gone up to 30%. So obviously putting this 20% plus this 30%, about 50% of our children are not in the healthy track. And when you are having obesity, you can see the percentage, the potential of getting diabetics and other metabolic syndrome is not 1 into 2. It is, you can see the figures, it is far more than when you are, this is not obese versus obese. The potential is going not in 2 folds, it will be more than 5 folds. So that is why International Federation of Diabetes, the founder president, well-renowned Professor Paul Simmert, had basically extrapolated these figures, and he had analyzed the trend and told this is the most unfortunate parents era have begun, for the simple reason this is the first generation where the children may die before their parents because of these bad food habits. It's total ignorance. So it is relevant to us. That will be the question somebody might ask, because the extrapolation of all these figures by Paul Simmert was done on Western figures. So why do we worry? See here, who is going to die before, who is going to take the lead? Who will die first? You can see by this figure, if you just calculate the diabetic risk in relation to the BMI, if you take this figure, the white, if you are a white person with white genes, your risk is only 4%. But if you are a Sri Lankan, you have a 20% risk. So therefore, compared to the white people, we are supposed to die. First, our children are supposed to die 5 times. They have a 5 times higher risk than the white people to die because of obesity. You can see the basic attributes of a traditional Sri Lankan in the past. You can see this is the kind of their picture, and now everybody is having a unusual body shape in the current context with these food habits. Because they say this abdominal obesity is another topic altogether. In these 20 minutes I will not be able to do abdominal obesity, and every centimeter is taking about 6 months of your life out. So therefore people are trying their level best to bring down their abdominal obesity. With no exception, the females, you can see how they look like and how uncomfortable their living style is compared to female body compositions in the past. So abdominal obesity, I request you to read around. This is how the children are at the moment. So simply what I want to conclude here is food can be used to abuse us. So there are two terms that come, food safety and food security. People think that both these terms are same. No, food security is we have to have enough food. Food safety is we have to have the safe food. They go hand in hand, and food security had to be ensured by safe food. So whether we do it or not is what we need to see. So as professionals, intelligent people who have the ability to reach lot of knowledge worldwide, are we doing the right thing and are we delivering the right thing? And very importantly, now food is considered as non-weapon warfare element. So therefore, if you want to weaken a generation or a country, that is one of the easiest tactics. You feed that country with unsafe food. Now this is what some of the countries are facing at the moment, who had their life expectancy around 90, 95, are now going down to 40, 45 whenever they have resources. When they have gold in their country, when they have platinum, or when they have titanium in their soil, those countries are being flooded with unhealthy food like, say, wheat flour, bread flour, then alcohol, beer. All these things are subsidized and given to that country by various other countries to weaken that population and ultimately take care of this country, because they will not be in a position to fight. Now even this country, if you see the figures, I am not going to quote what is the position of our forces, what number they are unhealthy. If you see our priests, about 40% are unhealthy. They all are on various medicines. And not only that, if you go to schools, about 30% of the school teachers are having fatty liver. So these are the figures, and it all totally neglected. You can see, now even during regimes in the past, this tactics has been used. What is the tactic I was quoting is food as an non-weapon warfare. When they tried to conquer Sri Lanka, you can see what the Brownrigg had written to the Secretary General of his own Secretary General. What he has said is that in Sri Lanka, වංශාධිපති උවේලස්සට ගිය ප්‍රථම මගේ නිලගමනින් පස්සේ මගේ හිත තුළ බලවත් හැඟීමක් ඇති වුණා. උවේලස්ස ලක්දිව වනෝද්‍යානයක් කිවි හැකියි. එහි සෑම ප්‍රදේශයකම ගොවිතැන් කොට තිබේ. සියලුම ප්‍රදේශ පළතුරු ගස් වලින් පිරී පවතී. වංශාධිපතිතුමනි, උවේලස්ස නිපදවන වී වලින් මුළු රටම ස්වයංපෝෂිත කිරීමට පමණක් නොව ඉන්දියාවට සහල් සැපිය හැකියි. This had been our story. And all our traditional food, this is a blessed country, not just because of the strategic location with regard to its maritime, aviation and trade, but also whatever it is grown here is very precious, and from a functional food point of view, that everything is value added. Now even see whatever the food which is now, even spices, the cereals, the vegetables, then coming to fruits, everything. And this is one of the countries we have the highest degree of food diversity in the world, and every food has a value addition to make us healthier. But unfortunately, we don't study them. We basically go for genetic modification of this traditional food, and we keep eating, and ultimately we are still on the track what Brownrigg wanted us to happen. So this is the sad story. National policies are not in that line to safeguard us. So what you can see, what he had done is, සියලු වාරි මාර්ගක විනාශ කරවා ඇත, පළතුරු ගස් කපා දමා ඇත, මුළු පාලම පාළු වී ඇත, වයස අවුරුදු 18 වැඩි සිංහල මිනිසුන් මරණයට පත් කරලා උගවැලස දෙපළාතෙම විතර වී විනාශ කර ඇත. So the same tactics are still going on, and it had become an activist role for us to fight, despite that we look after your other aspects of health. Anyway, in conclusion, what I want to tell is food is the medicine, but it has become hazardous at the moment, and food can build or destroy a nation. So therefore, what has happened is, in the current context, what to eat is a very confused subject. There is significant amount of confusion. And please be aware, this confusion is a strategy. Now even in the tobacco industry, they can't come and sell tobacco saying that this is good for your health. Either they can't come and tell you all, neither they can come and tell you all that this is bad for you. Then there is no marketing there. So what they will do is, they will confuse you all. They will say various other titles. So similarly, currently, when you see the advertisement on the television and other means, you see various confusion of food. So therefore, you don't know what is healthy, what is unhealthy, it's in total confusion. So to bring the confusion down, a simple logic had been proposed by WHO. I will come to that, but I want to touch it in a broader aspect. I call it food is a culture. Why do we say so? Because only health can't fight for it, because it had embedded in the system, and food is a culture. Why I say so? Now, you see the food production, we call it agriculture, or domestic food production or substantive agriculture is basically very minimal at the moment. Industrial agriculture is what is there. So therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture comes in. So that is one aspect of our culture. Then food processing, food preparation, food presentation. You can see, that's why I say until up to the entertainment industry, our leisure handling, everything is tied up with food. So food is not in isolation. It is not just to look after our hunger. It is embedded in every aspect. Now if you take the farming, so whatever the activity, it is blended with food. So therefore, food is a culture. And in the other way, we can argue culture is food. So everything evolved around culture. So agriculture, health, education, these are the ministries that represented in the cabinet. So therefore, culture is food. So it's all our thing. Everything is evolving around food. So therefore, if we have a confusion on food, what we'll have is, you will have a cultural confusion. So therefore, what we are having at the moment is a cultural confusion. That is, we can't come out of it. It's so blend, and it's so difficult to come out. So therefore, now who is going to take the lead of this? To come out from, I am a neurologist, so I want everybody to be in GCS 15 out of 15, that is Glasgow Coma scale, not to be in a confused. When you have Glasgow Coma 14 out of 15, 13 out of 15, 12 out of 15, we call it, you all confused. Now, to be honest, with regard, when you put to this problem into the house, you become, your Glasgow Coma scale comes down and you don't know how to work it out. So you are in a confused state. So that is the strategy that they are playing, and ultimately we die simply, and we call it morbidity and mortality. We get sick and die. If somebody is going to kill with a weapon, you die in that moment. But here, of course, you get diseases, you suffer a period and then you die. So that is why this had become a non-weapon warfare, and that is more effective than the military at the moment, or the weapons at the moment. So who is then, if you are going to bring you out of this confusion, who should be the authority? So who is the food authority? Ideally, food authority is the doctors. But you have seen in the television programs, when I am going to talk about food, these agriculture fellows are coming and saying that I am talking nonsense, and they are the authority. They have read about the soil or seeds or something like that, but the food authority worldwide is us. But that is not accepted. So that has gone up to that level of confusion. And whose accountability is ensuring the healthy food? So let us come to the end of this presentation just to touch the food as a culture. So there are two cultures together. You can see the traditional food culture and the modern food culture. That will be easy for you to understand. I want to minimize the confusion and to come to some kind of territory black and white. So it's difficult to come to black and white, but at least to differentiate in this way. Traditional food culture versus the modern food culture. So what is the way forward? In the traditional food culture, we expected that food to serve us from Ayu, Bala, Sapa, Varna, Prajna, because we want to live longer and we want to be strong during that phase, that is the quality of life. Then we want to have Sapa, that is again quality of life, and we want to be nice, outlooking. So Varna and then Prajna, we wanted to have the integrity of the brain and other intellectual functions. So when you put all these things together, that was the broader expectation of the food at that point. But today, do we eat in that concept? Is just to entertainment, just to satisfy thirst, is very minute, or it's not the, if you scale it up, it's the bottom of the list. And food production is also, it's a very complicated thing. I am not going to talk this in detail, but what we have to see is every microorganism, every non-micro or the other small creatures, all are together in the soil to provide us with, in what we have learned, these proteins, carbohydrates, then the lipids, that is the major kind of things you have learned during your health lessons in the schools. Then the micronutrients like the minerals, then the vitamins. Now vitamins, what do we know? We know only 5 vitamins, A, B, C, D, E. Don't you think that there should be IGA, MNOP kind of vitamins at the moment? So it had stopped at that point. We call it the phytochemicals. It had not, the current science had not gone into that. So there are certain elements which we don't know, but these microorganisms and these creatures know, and they are trying to help us to produce that kind of a healthy food. But what we do is we use all the agrochemicals and we'll kill all these fellows and grow in a very artificial field, and ultimately we produce food which is not going to ensure our health status. This is where it is heading. You can see how complex the work they do at the root level and at the above root level. So all these activities have been completely disregarded, and we are just trying to eat something as per the definition of the Western to ensure our energy and the growth. Those are only very minute elements when you take the entire spectrum together. Leave aside that, we purposefully add toxic substance to the food, and we are leading in the world. And this is the quotation I saw. There are some 115 professors from the Agriculture Ministry had contested my point, and you can see their references, they have put it in all these newspapers. If you click that, there is no reference going on. They are actually producing material on their own, but these are material even on the reference, what I put here, even if you click here, you will enter and you will see these figures. So Sri Lanka is leading in agrochemical, which might have come down now. We were the highest use of agriculture, using 284 units in that year. Right, coming down to food, how we classify food. Now according to the WHO, we classify into 6 groups. First group is cereals and yams. It is not only cereals, it's the cereals and yams. And the second group is fruits, third group is vegetables, then the rest. Now you can see, I will concentrate only on the cereals and yams. Now people talk about the food security only from perspective from the rice. You can see the first food group is only not confined to rice. It's the cereals and yams. So therefore, සහලින් ස්වයං පෝෂිත කිරීම කියන එක කතා කරනවා. So what they will do is, now they have completely, if we are going to only eat rice, what will happen is we lose our food diversity. We have to eat much more. Even if you read the Robert Knox book, even the kings that time, they never ate. Now we have 21 meals to take and per a week, and every meal was not with rice. Then we call it that even if you eat all 3 meals rice, we are happy about it. But during that time, we had the habit of eating various other cereals, yams as our staple food for each meal. So there had been a diversity. So, I mean, taking food with that diversity is a luxury. So modernization of the food, what they did was, they said, we have to eat all 3 meals rice, and ultimately they calculated 22 million into 3 meals and calculated, and they actually came to the conclusion that there is no adequate rice produced in this country. So therefore, to increase the production, they proposed various techniques. The first thing is to, what they said is, we lost the food diversity. Then secondly, what we did was, since we can't have adequate numbers, what we did was genetic modification of the rice, and to make more and more production. And ultimately, we lost the basic quality of the rice or the cereals or the first food groups because of the genetic modification. So we went for quantity, not for quality. And ultimately, those genetically modified seeds cannot sustain themselves on the soil, so we had to support them with various chemicals, either fertilizer or as they didn't sustain themselves on the with regard to insects, or insecticides, then weedicides, and then preservatives, various things. So there are several types of chemicals came into our food and it got blended with chemicals. So it is in the definition of food as per the Western definition, though it is far away from our traditional definition of food. And then again, they started processing the food. We call it the food adulteration, and various ways. We never now, even if you go to CDC website, USA, they ask to eat fresh fruits and fresh vegetables, whereas what we do is we eat processed food, cereals processed, then the fruits, vegetable, all processed, and we ultimately eat something not coming under the expected definition of food. So basically this is what happened to us. So our body composition, everything changed, and now we are finding we do exercises. If you just walk around this building, you see various people are walking with some wire coming down from the air, with walking and doing lot of exercises, thinking that by doing exercises that we will be able to become healthy. That is true to some extent, but unless you look after the first priority, that is the food what you eat, you will never be able to be healthy. That is why even while they are doing exercises, they die while on the exercise machine sometimes. So therefore, I have differentiated the traditional food culture and modern food culture, but people think that we will be able to get the Western advice to come out from this mess. I would like to say these are the figures of the West. You can see we are far better than them. You can see these are the Asian figures of cancer statistics, and these are the figures of cancer statistics in the West. So therefore, they are 3 times worse than us. How can they give lectures to us or lessons? How can we learn lessons from them to ensure our health status? And you can see even in America, this is the American Agricultural website. You can see they call it hidden hunger. They think that they are eating well, but you can see the micronutrient deficiency is going up to the 73% for zinc, because they eat burgers and other things which doesn't provide them with the micronutrients, and the micronutrients are the major components of your NCD. It's like how I explain in the public is, now you might have a good vehicle. If your buffer is front, some windscreen is missing, it's obvious. But if there is a nail missing, nobody will detect it. But when you are running the vehicle, the most dangerous damage which will happen because of that nail, and you will not be able to identify what has gone wrong. So similarly, these micronutrients are the most important things that keep us healthy. It's not just you eat your proteins, you maintain your carbohydrate, you balance your fat, doesn't make that you are going to be healthy, and it will be a mistake. So therefore you can see they are struggling to come out with this scene, whereas we have all this micronutrient fed best food in this country. We don't eat that. We process them and we take them out and we eat unhealthy food. So you can see even after all the measures, what is happening in America, you can see they do a lot of exercise. They encourage people to do exercise, but still the NCD figures are going up. So with the traditional life, we had a long life, quality life without NCDs. So the quality of life plus the quantity of life, both we had a better status in the past. Now you can see when in the past, when we were called Taprobrain, during that era, if you see the Historia Naturalis, this is one of the world renowned encyclopedia, you can see how our life expectancy had been. These are the conclusions of it. We were far ahead of the West. It's simply because of, and I have been contested by some of the so-called professor on this figure. This is, you can visit today and see these figures, and you can see what happens is our Mutasiha Rajuro, he had been reigning this country for about 70 years. So he started about, if you put 20 years before reigning and after reigning, he had lived for about 110 years that time, without these facilities, scans and all these MRIs and all these things, ultrasounds, with nothing, they lived for 110 years. So we had the long life and quality life, and to ruled a country for 70 years with that integrity. And how many tanks they have built? Wow. Tank කියන එක වැරදි වැව් වලට. So they have built about 36,000 tanks. Today, even the entire 225 people of this parliament, if you put together and ask to build one tank, it will be a struggle for them. So you can see their kind of integrity, their vision, their intellectual abilities. Today, all these architectural, you all have to learn from them simply because this integrity is because of they were not only physically healthy, they were mentally healthy, they were spiritually healthy, and they could sustain this country in a healthy status from all angles. It's simply because of this. Now actually what happened during this foreign era, what happened is our life expectancy has slowly gone down, and now we are trying to pick it up. So basically the modern food culture has brought diseases, nothing but the diseases. So what do? So it's reversing the hazard. And how to reverse? It's stop. We have to go for healthy processing. I don't say you should eat like in the West, without salt, without any spices, just to eat something which is boiled is not the way we ate. We had all the spices, those are natural spices we ate, and all our, if you take the snacks, and all our short eats those times were tasty stuff. They were natural sweetness. If you take kaung, if you take mung kaung, all these things were sweetness. But today, we don't have money to eat like that. But despite that, we become diabetics and we become unhealthy. So no adulteration. So organic agriculture, we call it, the organic is not the correct term. We have to go eco-friendly agriculture of food production, and no genetic modification. We go back to the traditional, and we go back to the food diversity as we can ensure in this country. Still that potential is there if we look back. So simply you can see the cereals. We never ate only rice. We ate thala, oluhal, vedamung, kurakkan, tanahal, and there are various material. And even if you see the paddy itself, we had about 3,300 varieties of paddy at that point, and during the past, all these seeds were taken and all genetic material were destroyed by these companies, and now we have confined to only 300, or it had come down to 30 in the department. At least these 30 varieties have various technically advanced properties from a health point of view. If you take Masurang Hal, that has the high ability of these NSAIDs, the painkillers, and if you take that candor, that will have a benefit to your all these arthritis and other aspects. And what has happened is all these patents are now not belongs to us, and those patents were actually, that patent is not in this country, had gone out of this country. So simply the potential that we have not addressing. So it had come to my last set of slides, and you can see this is what we have to do. We have to turn back to win the future. So these are the types of yams we ate, because the first group, food groups I told, cereals and yams. Now we are confining ourselves to potatoes. Potato is not a yam actually under this context. It is, yams are, we have about 154 yams in this country, grown freely without any agrochemicals, without any fertilizer, without any hassle to us, but we don't eat them. Vegetables, this is a land where we have the highest food diversity, vegetable diversity. You take brinjals or batu, how many types of brinjals or batu you have? When you go to USA, you are confined into less than 10 vegetables in the racks in the supermarkets, that's it. But here, of course, even if you take karavila, how many types of karavila there you can buy it from the market at the moment, and how many karavilas you can grow in your own home garden at the moment. They grow nicely without any giving any trouble to us. Whereas this diversity is the luxury which we are converting it to genetically modified food, and we become unhealthy by using all these chemicals. Fruits also the same. Now, how many of you all are eating this belly, then all this naminang, and this at least the varaka, diul, and all these things? I have told this, the diul itself has a protein of 7.5 grams versus the milk we have only 1.5 grams of proteins, versus diul has 7.5 grams of proteins. So therefore, these are wonder fruits. And if you go to UK, I have been there for 2 years. So simply all this, say, raspberry, blueberry, strawberry, all these berries are being planted and all enthusiasm is there to grow that. Whereas we import those fruits and eat. Whereas we don't give our attention to these valuable fruits. And this fruit is supposed to be one of the most expensive fruits in Australia at the moment. Even America, they are even drinking the leaves of this Katu Anoda. And I learned there was a lady who came to Sri Lanka, she said 3 leaves of Katu Anoda is sold at $10 in America, in Texas. So whereas we don't care them. So basically what I want to, in conclusion, we are consuming sugar since 1830 in this country. Before that we have been using kitul without mixing or contaminating it sugar. And recently there was a research publication by the KDU to see the glycemic index of kitul, Sri Lankan kitul, without adding sugar is 27. Whereas the sugar glycemic index is 80. 80 means they are diabetogenic. And you can go for this natural sweetener, Sri Lankan natural kitul, which is only glycemic index 27, is diabetic friendly. That is why those era, when you make mungkaung and all these things with natural kitul, they never got any disease. And basically even the backpack of the soldiers those days, during King's era, they had this, aggala, which is made up of traditional rice flour with kitul. That is equivalent to a meal. At this point, you can have those two. And we can make backpacks and sell it to the world as healthy food, whereas we are buying from outside to our military. Spices, this country went under this foreign regime simply because of the values they read on spices on us, whereas we don't care. We use all these artificial MSGs, this Ajinomoto and all these things instead of using these natural spices. Then the food product, this food processing, cooking ways and other things. Nobody is doing studies on these things. When you use these ways of food preparations, processing, it's very healthy. Milk I am not going to talk today. You can see this is a book written in New Zealand itself. They call it the devil. And Sri Lanka is the 3rd largest milk powder importer in the world, only second to China. And milk powder is not available in the countries they export to Sri Lanka. And what we eat as milk powder is some chemical which had never seen a cow. And drinking water is one of the other important aspects. So therefore, in conclusion, what I promote you all is to take your confusion out. If you want one take-home message, get back to traditional food culture. Go back to the past to win the future. Am I clear on that topic? This is exactly told by WHO 2002 report. In their Director General's report, this is the most expensive study they have ever done in the WHO, and they conclude to overcome this uprising trend of non-communicable diseases, which I have listed you all, is the only way is to go back to your traditional food culture. That is their conclusion as well in 2002. Least publicity given for this kind of material, which they very clearly say. So basically, these are some quotations of that from that scientific report going up to 230-page document. And WHO ultimately, the Director General conclude that to go back to your traditional food culture for your. So therefore, even if you see the American nutrition guidelines, 100% vegetarian, 100%. So they don't talk about meat, they don't talk about any animal products in this American nutrition guidelines. So basically, this is what we have to do. So to do that, we have to build up this knowledge, the traditional knowledge among our girls, ideally, and boys. So therefore, it had to get, because now it is syllabus driven rather than you learn it from home. Everybody is not in home, either in the school or in the tuition class. So therefore, it's the only way is to build up their syllabus to this and to make it. Luckily, if you have corona, you have a family life at home, that is the time that you can teach these things to our kids, provided your mothers are capable of doing that. So therefore, let the food be thy medicine, not be thy poison. So let me conclude, that is not what Hippocrates said, this is how the alteration I made to convince you all. So simply the take home message or take home to home message is, take your confusion out, go back to your traditional food culture, and thank you for giving this opportunity for me to talk here, and that will be only succeeded if you take this message home, or if you drop this message, and ultimately even you and your next generation will come to an end. And I would like to do the next lecture, possibly next year, that whether we are in the trap of a genocide. I have collected material and I am just compiling the whole thing, and I thought I should write it to the Geneva to have a resolution that we are in a genocide trap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anuruddha Padania, for your valuable and timely presentation.